Just be patient. They haven't.
Here we go.
Okay. Do I have a motion to begin the July 23rd, 2026 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. As a matter of protocol, we're going to begin by addressing our minutes. Then we will begin our agenda items. We'll follow our agenda, although they may or may not be in the order in which they're printed in the agenda. In this case, they won't be. Item number 1 will be last. The way that these work is we will have a request, and then we will begin with a staff report, and then we will have the applicant come up and state their case. After which we will open the public hearing. Anyone wanting to speak for or against a particular request will have 3 minutes. After everyone has spoken, we will close the public meeting, and then the board will deliberate. We may or may not need to go into what's called a deliberative or executive session, in which case, if we have to do that, we will make a motion, and then we will vacate the room, and we'll go across the hallway to deliberate with council. For anyone wishing to speak at the meeting, if they could please be sworn in by staff. Okay, thank you. We're going to begin with agenda item number 2. It's file number 26-16-ZV.
Mr. Chair, minutes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Has everyone had a chance to look over the minutes?
Yes.
Any corrections or amendments?
Nope. Motion to approve the June 25th, 2026 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting minutes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. As I was saying, agenda item number 2, file number 26-16-ZV. It's a variance request from section 9.7 to reduce the front setback from 20 feet to 4 feet for a 24-foot by 40-foot detached garage, and section 9.6C to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard. The second request is a variance from section 9.7 to reduce the front setback from 20 feet to 6 feet for a 16 by 12-foot shed, and section 9.6C to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard. Parcels owned by Ryan and Brandy Beery. It's a Claymont Chase subdivision, section 2, lot 3 at 60 Hackney Lane in Charlestown. Parcel ID is noted in the agenda. It's just under a half an acre in the rural zoning district. And if the applicant may come up and be seated, and if we can begin with the staff report.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So this parcel was created in 1971. It was prior to the adoption of the zoning ordinance, which was adopted in 1988. As such, the setback requirements for single-family dwellings for lots under 30,000 square feet are 20 feet front, 8 feet side, and 20 feet rear. As you stated, there are 2 requests. One is to reduce the front setback requirement along the northwestern property line adjacent to Summit Point Road from 20 feet down to 4 feet to allow for the construction of a 24 by 40-foot detached garage. And also section 9.6 to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard. And then also to reduce the front setback requirement along northwestern property line adjacent to Summit Point Road from 20 feet to 6 feet for a 16 by 12 shed, and a variance from 9.6C to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard. So it should be noted that this lot has two fronts. The actual access to the property is off of Hackney Lane, but the rear yard of the home is adjacent to Summit Point Road, which in effect makes that also a front. And the key purpose of the front yard setback requirement is to ensure that any future right-of-way expansion or future utility placement will not be obstructed by structures built too close to the road, as well as to ensure that traffic visibility is not impaired for drivers along the right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for staff?
No.
Okay. Tyler, are you on there with us?
Ty?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, if you want to introduce yourself and state your case, please.
My name's Ryan Beery, property owner at 60 Hackney Lane in Charlestown, West Virginia. As was mentioned, there's two property frontages essentially. For my yard, the front of the house is actually on Hackney Lane. That's where you access the property. The rear property line is adjacent to Summit Point Road, which is essentially my backyard. So we've got roughly 22 to 25 feet of wooded space between our back fence line and the shoulder of Summit Point Road. So I'm asking to be able to push my building back to within 4 feet of my fence line, which would essentially put the back of the building 27 to 30 feet off of Summit Point Road, the shoulder. It's a straight roadway. There's no turns. There's no obstructions. The building itself would barely be visible from Summit Point Road due to the wooded section. That's again, you know, the 20-some feet of wooded section between Summit Point and my property line. And I can't push it into the yard any further because of our septic field. So I'm trying to slide the proposed building back closer to the rear property line because it makes sense.
Thank you, sir. Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
And and I guess I can add, there's no access to Summit Point Road from the rear of my property. It's just a wooded easement, I guess. Just storage.
And that's your fence around there.
Yes,
You hold out,
yes.
that's in the front of the house.
It's in the front yard.
And you say your name is Ryan. Is this you signed up to speak to it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. We only have this one on the sign-up sheet, Mr. Beery himself. Is there anyone else in the audience to speak for this or against this? Thank you. Okay, board members. In my opinion, it's a pretty straightforward request. I think that he has satisfied the terms for a variance, given that he can't put it in the,
Septic field?
he can't put it in the septic field. It's got two front yards by the zoning ordinance. It is the back of his house. There's no one to say that it'll affect his public health safety or their public health safety or welfare.
Nobody's
Okay.
against it.
Yeah.
It was posted?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm good with it. Do we have any other discussion?
Where's the shed going? I didn't see it on the,
It looked like next on the rendering, it's next to the
It's,
garage.
well, the shed is on, I guess, do you have this little picture?
Mm-hmm.
yes,
So it's on the opposite corner of the backyard next to the wooded common space
gotcha. Okay,
in
thank you.
that corner over there.
All right, thank you.
Are you gonna extend the driveway back there?
Not initially.
Any further discussion?
Good.
Do I have a motion to approve agenda item number 2, file number 26-16-CV, the variance from section 9.7 to reduce the front setback from 20 feet to 4 feet for a 24 by 40 detached garage, and section 9.6 to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard, and also request number 2, the variance from section 9.7 to reduce the front setback from 20 feet to 6 feet for a 16 by 12 shed, and section 9.6 to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard. Parcels owned by Ryan and Brandy Beery. It's in Claymont Chase subdivision, section 2, lot 3A at 60 Hackney Lane in Charlestown, just under a half an acre in the rural zoning district. The parcel ID is noted in the agenda with the stipulation that the applicant is bound by their testimony. Okay, it's moved. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, we have agenda item number 3, which is a variance from appendix A to reduce the front setback from 40 feet to 20 feet for a 30 by 40 detached garage, and section 9.6C to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard. Parcel owner is Patrick Keim. It's in the Boswell Family Transfer Minor Subdivision, Lot 3C, 149 Pleasant Acres Court in Carneysville. Parcel ID is noted in the agenda. It's 1 acre in the rural zoning district, and if the applicant will come up and have a seat, and if we can have the staff report, please.
Thank you. Subject parcel is designated as Lot 3C of the Richard M. Boswell Family Transfer Subdivision, which was recorded on April 19th, 2021. Per section 9.7 of the zoning ordinance, required setbacks for the subject lot are 40 feet front, 15 side, and 50 rear. The applicant is requesting a variance from section 9.7 to reduce the front setback from 40 to 20, and section 9.6C to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard. The purpose of which is to construct a 30 by 40 detached garage. Similar to the previous application, it should be noted that the rear of the lot contains a 10,000 square foot drain field reserve. Thank you.
Any questions for staff?
No.
No.
All righty, ma'am, if you would like to speak to your request.
Yeah, hello, Danielle Kime. My husband just wants to build a detached garage for extra storage. We have 3 cars, so he wants to add 2 of them in there. Honestly, I'm severely underprepared for this, so you guys have to ask me questions and I can try to answer them, but this is his project. Sorry, he got deployed last week, so he's like, you have to go to this. Okay, sure. No idea what's going on.
Okay. Is there any questions for the applicant?
No.
Past us, yeah, the Boswells live right behind us, or I guess next to us, but they're technically a different road address. Yeah, they're part of like the housing structure behind us.
Do you know why he chose that location to build it?
On the right side of the front yard is our well, and then the back has all the septic.
Okay.
That's really just the left side that's open.
Okay. Any further questions for the applicant? Okay. I do not have anybody signed up to speak to this. Was there anyone in the audience that did want to speak to this? Okay. All right. Board members, sounds very similar to the last request. I think what they're asking does, meet the intent of the zoning ordinance. The reasoning for the placement being about the same as a septic in the rear and their well on the other side of the driveway.
I do have a question. Looking at this, you're looking for a setback variance for the front?
For the front yard, yeah.
Unless I'm reading this wrong. Staff, is that? Yeah, I see a couple sketches where it says it's 66 feet to the front. Is that?
So this property, of course, when you're looking at the satellite imagery with the parcel lines, those are always skewed, but their property does actually go on the other side of the entrance of the road.
Really?
Yeah, they own to
12
the
feet, I
to the
think.
east side of the what lane is
That's what I'm
that?
getting at. Front,
Pleasant
they're
Acres Court.
66 feet, they require 40. Road would be an easement.
What's the question?
On their property. I'm seeing 22 feet from the side.
Yeah.
Yes, you may, please.
Please help
It is
me.
hard to see, but if you look at the image, hold on, let me take a look to see if there's a better one. Okay, if you look at this image here, it is a image from the plat that was approved. The setback for the 40-foot setback actually bumps up a little bit right here. So you've got a side setback along this property line that runs straight, and then you have a 40-foot setback that bumps up slightly. And they're proposing to put the garage in the little bump out. So they'll be 25 foot from that southern property line as opposed to the 40 feet. Does that make sense?
The sketches aren't clear to me, but I trust you.
This was the discussion when I worked with the property owner, that was the intent, because he was questioning why the setback bumped out the way it did. There used to be an easement that ran through the eastern property line, but that was dissolved when they went in and did this minor subdivision for a family member.
Okay, now it wouldn't
Yeah.
matter anyways if they had 66
Yeah.
and didn't need it. Good anyways.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm good.
Any other discussion? Do I have a motion to approve agenda item number 3, file number 26-17-ZV? It's a variance from appendix A to reduce the front setback from 40 feet to 20 feet for a 30 by 40 detached garage. And section 9.6C to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard. Parcels owned by Patrick Kime. It's on the Boswell Family Transfer Minor Subdivision, Lot 3C. It's at 149 Pleasant Acres Court in Carneysville. It's an acre in the rural zoning district with parcel ID noted in the agenda with the stipulation that the applicant is bound by their testimony.
So moved.
Okay, got a motion from Mr. Quinn. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Elliot. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Your motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have agenda item number 4. It's file number 26-18-ZV. It's a variance from section 9.6C to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard, and section 9.7 to reduce the front setbacks from 20 feet to 10 feet for a proposed 24 by 25 detached garage. Parcel is owned by Michael Wankett. It's in Blue Ridge Acres, section number 4, lots number 221 and 223 to 80 Valmont Lane in Harper's Ferry. Parcel ID is noted in the agenda. It's just under a half acre in the rural zoning district. See, the applicant sat down. If we could have the staff report.
Looks like we have a pattern today. So the subject parcel is designated as lots 221 and 223 of section RC1 of the Blue Ridge Acres subdivision, which was recorded in 1954. Now, these lots were created again prior to the zoning ordinance, and as such, the required setbacks are 20 feet front, 8 feet side, and 12 feet rear. The applicant is requesting a variance from section 9.7 to reduce the front setback from 20 feet to 10 feet, and from section 9.6C to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard. And I believe as per the previous couple applications, there is a septic and a septic field to the kind of the rear of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? Okay, sir, if you'd like to state your case, please.
Yeah, I have lived at 80 Valmont Lane since 1997, and I'm trying to improve the property. I have the one spot that's been mentioned that I could put a garage on. I have a 32 by 30 blacktop pavement that's in front that I want to tie the garage into. I have no other place and no other area that I can put a garage up on the property due to the septic field. And plus, I'm at the backyard, there's no entrance that I could put something in the back. So I'm kindly asking if I can erect a garage in the front with the measurements that I gave. I also have signatures from all my neighbors. There's only 6 of us live on the lane. It's a dead end lane. We don't have traffic come through. They all approved that putting the garage up. They don't mind that. And I have some pictures if it was of interest of the layout on just how the property looks.
Okay, thank you. Were you the one that signed up on this sheet?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, okay. Board members, any questions for the applicant?
No business. I have a few cars I want to park in there. I have a classic Corvette. I need to put it in a garage to get it out of the weather. That's the main reason.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, board members. Is there anyone in the audience? No one signed up, but is there anyone in the audience to speak for this or against it? Thank you. Board members?
I mean, it looks pretty clear. I know the lots over in Blue Ridge are pretty small. Can't put it in the septic field.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable use of the property and fulfills the intent of the zoning ordinance.
Blue Ridge has been there for a long time.
Long time.
You on the new side or the old side?
I'm up front, but the houses on there are from back in the 50s.
When you pull in, the new side's on the right, the old side's on the left.
I'm on the old side then.
Okay.
Definitely on the old side.
The original. I'm good.
So we have a motion to approve item number 4, file number 26-18-DV. It's a variance from section 9.6C to allow an accessory structure within the required front yard, and section 9.7 to reduce the front setback from 20 feet to 10 feet for a proposed 24 by 25 detached garage. Property is owned by Michael Wankett. It's in Blue Ridge Acres, section number 4, number 221 and 223 to 80 Valmont Lane in Harper's Ferry. Parcel ID is noted in the agenda. It's just under a half an acre in the rural zoning district with stipulation that the applicant is bound by their testimony.
Move to approve.
We got one from Michaela. Ty, are you seconding that?
I will.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Your variance is granted, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Next, we have agenda item number 5. It's file number 26-19-ZV. It's a variance from section 8.15A to increase the maximum size restriction of an accessory dwelling unit for a family member from 1,700 feet finished to 2,738 square feet. The applicant is Tom Donnell. He's the purchaser of the property. The property is owned by Todd Wilt. It's the Nolan Minor subdivision, Lot 2. It's at 1792 Myerstown Road in Charlestown. Parcel ID is noted in the agenda. It's just under 11 acres in the rural zoning district. If the applicant would like to come up while we get the staff report.
Thank you. Basically, as you just stated, the applicant is seeking a variance to allow an increase in the required maximum square footage for an accessory dwelling unit from 1,700 feet to 2,738 feet for the purpose of housing a family member. This proposed project meets all the criteria set forth under section 8.15A, except for the allowable square footage maximum. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I should just add that the key purpose of that 1,700 square foot maximum is to ensure the accessory unit is clearly subordinate to the principal unit. And then in 2026, actually coming up in August of 2026, the applicant is requesting a waiver to lift the single family restriction.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
There is not another residence currently on the property.
What's the building shown?
Me. So there's currently a house on the property that is already 2,738 square feet. The applicant is asking, they plan to, my understanding is to use that as the accessory structure and then build a new home.
And will that remain?
Yes.
Did they show you where the new accessory structure will be built?
Well, this will be the existing home will be the accessory structure. And then they're going to build a larger home for multiple family members. But I'll let the applicant speak to that.
It assesses
It's a pre-accessory structure.
pre-accessory structure. Is the cart before the horse here?
I mean, I guess that would kind of be how you all would interpret it. Yeah, it can't be accessory to something that's not existing. But like I said, the intent is for them to build another home and then use this as the accessory.
That's the only part that I'm confused with is, all right,
If I
maybe
may.
you have the
Yeah,
answer.
okay, so I don't have maybe great answers for you, but let me
Before you
just,
get started, will you introduce yourself, please?
sorry, my name's Tom Donnell. Yeah, I'm
Thank
now
you.
the property owner.
Awesome.
So essentially, this is what is going on. So in discussing with planning and zoning, originally, I had actually misunderstood the same thing. So I thought we would be requesting the accessory to be the square footage of the new property. However, because the new property or house, the new build will be larger than the house there. From my understanding, the smaller house needs to be subordinate to the larger house. So in this case, just because of timing, we have to do this meeting first before the lifting of the restriction for a single family dwelling. So essentially, this is the plan, is that we bought this property. The intention is for my father to live in the current house and for my wife and I and children to live in the house that is to be built. The reason being that the house that is currently there is just not quite big enough. We're about to have 4 kids under 5 years old. We intend to keep the property entirely together, not to subdivide, to use it as a familial land for hopefully generations to come.
Okay. Still a little confused. You have 10 acres, you have plenty of room.
Right.
It's just a matter of making sure that we make,
No, so we bought this with that intent. We just
Yeah.
closed on this property like a month ago.
yeah.
Yep.
Do you have a permit for the new one?
So
Yeah.
we're in the process of all that right now. If you want, I can show you. I have just a rough location.
So you've
sketch.
submitted for permit?
Sorry, no, so it's literally in the earliest stages, but it was my understanding that this would be step one because we would either have to do this, and if this avenue was to fail, then we would have to go into a family subdivision. We're hoping to avoid subdividing the property because we have no intention of dividing the land or splitting anything up for future sales.
Well, my understanding is this is an instance where government came to help.
Can you answer my original question, which is what is the approximate square footage they wish to build?
Oh, okay. So right now, the home that we're gonna build is around 2,500 square feet, but it's gonna be dependent on the basement, which will be finished, which is going to put it over the size of this, probably roughly around 3,300 square feet. That's to
This
be
one-
determined upon the completion of the drawings for the finished basement.
This. Well,
Sure.
does it have a finished basement or it has a basement?
It does not. It has an unfinished basement.
Okay.
Correct.
So the houses are gonna be roughly the same size.
This house should be larger. There's no plans to finish the basement in the existing house. But yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. You never know.
Clear as
Sure.
mud.
That seems, but you've already submitted the application for.
Yes, that's correct. That'll be heard at the August 11th Planning Commission meeting.
So
I
what I
don't-
was told was to request this as dependent upon that. So-
I'm not going to let government process get in the way of your intent.
Okay.
So
I mean-
if this is presented to us as a zoning variance, I'm good with it.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
The only thing I had was just out of curiosity was the access to the property. Is it off of the one driveway that looks like it's going down through the cornfield there?
Sure. So actually, no, the access to this property would be a driveway beyond. I have a drawing that shows that with me actually, but you guys don't have that printed out today.
I guess how do you get to the current residence right now?
Oh, yeah. That's the access to the current residence right off that. Yeah, exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, so then you'll have a second one off of Myerstown Road?
It'll be closer to the opposite side of the property line there. The driveway that you're looking at is on, if you were facing it the right side, this one may be closer to the left side of the property line.
And is the house going technically in front of this current accessory?
It would be technically behind it if you were looking at where the house is now. It'll be behind it and to the left a little bit. Like I said, I do have a drawing here, just a rough sketch of the proposed location. We're doing perk tests and everything right now. Perk test.
South of the structure that's currently there, is that what you mean by behind?
Well, when I say behind, I'm sorry, I'm discussing,
House is here, or is it going to be down in this?
it's going to
area?
be right in that area. Yep,
Okay, and then you're going to have a road come off. down.
exactly.
Okay.
Where you point to?
I mean.
Okay, that
here,
makes sense.
He's having a road come
Yep.
down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's gonna need its own septic system, you're not very.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, like I said, we're supposed to have perk test done on Wednesday, but because of the rain, that wasn't able to happen. So we're waiting for a reschedule on that. And then we also have a full survey coming in here in the next week or so to just mark everything out clearly.
Any further questions for the applicant? There's no one signed up for this. Is there anybody in the audience who wants to speak for or against this application? Okay, board members, I think although he does have an interesting order of operations here. I think the variance request, however, I don't think it really makes a difference, to be honest with you.
I don't think it
Whether
would.
he were to be building the accessory structure or what,
Right.
this is one of those times he's trying to do it right before the building's already built, so, personally, I don't think, I think that the variance is proper. Kind of, Otherwise, he's going to be looking at subdividing the property.
I will just say, it does state that the
It's just size.
ordinance is that it should be secondary in size, and there is not a big.
It's big enough.
600 square feet.
Yeah. We've argued about less.
And I mean, he does have essentially 11 acres in between them, so it's, I don't think it's gonna look crazy for the neighborhood character.
No, he's got plenty of land. So. I can see the house now. I got a vision.
So do we have a motion to approve agenda item number 5, file number 26-19-DV? And variance from section 8.15A to increase the maximum size restriction of an accessory dwelling unit for a family member from 1,700 square feet to 2,738 square feet. The applicant is Tom Donnell. The parcel is owned by Todd Wilton and Nolan Minor subdivision, lot 2 at 1798 or 1792 Myerstown Road in Charlestown. Parcel ID is noted in the agenda. It's 10.88 acres in the rural zoning district. With stipulations, the applicant is bound by their testimony.
So moved.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Elliot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Your variance is granted, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Good luck with your house.
Okay. And last but not least, we have agenda item number 1. It's file number 26-1-AP. This was postponed from June 25th. This is an appeal of an administrative decision regarding the business operations of QRF Solutions K9 LLC. The appellate is appealing zoning administrator's determination that there is no discernible proof the discharge of firearms in the property is in connection with a previously issued conditional use permit. The appellate is Sandra Flary. The parcel is owned by Nicholas Russo and Alice Davenport. It's at 1899 Trough Road in Shepherdstown. Parcel ID is noted in the agenda. The property is 10 acres with a project size of 1 acre in the rural zoning district. And if we could have the appellate, please. And staff will begin with his staff report. And if you would, sir, please pull the microphone a little closer.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So on January the 23rd of 2025, the Board of Zoning Appeals, during its regular meeting, motioned to approve a conditional use permit for the property located at 1899 Trough Road in Shepherdstown. The following is from the staff report drafted for that meeting. The request is to establish a federal firearms business to include retail sales and gunsmithing by appointment only. The land use will be conducted from the dwelling unit and accessory structure, which is situated within limited to a 1 acre portion of the 10 acre parcel. The applicant intends on utilizing the parking area of the existing kennel. There is a testing component that will be incidental to the proposed land use that will occur at the applicant's private range on the subject property. The applicant stated that the testing component is limited and not open to the public. While the land use will primarily occur within the dwelling unit and accessory structure, the applicant has stated that any new structures associated with this land use will be constructed within the 1 acre portion of the property, and that the existing vegetation will be retained. The structures will also process in accordance with any applicable site development standards in effect at the time. The 2 land use designations subject to that request are listed in Appendix C and defined in Article 2 as retail sales and service and general custom manufacturing. Would you like me to read through those definitions?
No, that's not necessary.
So the subject parcel is comprised of approximately 10 acres in the rural zoning district. The land is land to the north of the subject parcel, known as Faraway Farms, was recently placed in the conservation easement and is owned by the Jefferson County Historic Landmarks Commission. The property has direct access on the Trough Road. So the approval and the BZA then on January 23rd, 2025 approved that conditional use permit under two conditions. Condition one, that testing for the commercial firearms will be conducted off-site or barrel tested to suppress noise. And two, the barrel testing is restricted to the 1 acre property. Beginning, I'm going to say it was roughly September of last year, the Office of Engineering, Planning and Zoning started receiving complaints regarding the discharge of firearms at the subject property. The complaints have continued and consist primarily of video, audio, and email language related to the discharge of firearms on the property and the negative impact it has had on the surrounding neighbors. The right to peace, quiet, and enjoyment of the neighbors' properties have been greatly diminished. Complaint also infers that this activity is in direct violation of the conditions of conditional use permit 25-2 CUP. A request by the Office of Engineering, Planning and Zoning to Mr. Russo to schedule a meeting to discuss the accusations responded to with an email. I won't read it verbatim. It basically stated that they did not have time to come in and meet with us, and that any shooting going on the property is friends that come over and shoot. So the Jefferson County, West Virginia Office of Engineering, Planning and Zoning does not possess blanket authority to enter private land or buildings to investigate a general zoning complaint. Staff did conduct on numerous occasions over the last 8-9 months, online searches, look at Facebook pages, again, websites, Department, West Virginia Secretary of State Business Licensing website, and nothing online that we could find in any way connects what's the accusations are with those two conditions of that conditional use permit. And quite frankly, without visually witnessing, in this case, a customer on the property purchasing a firearm and then proceeding to take that firearm out onto the property and then discharge it in a fashion that's inconsistent with those two conditions, there's no way of proving it. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. And to be clear, the conditional use permit, the conditions were testing for commercial firearms will be conducted off-site or barrel tested to suppress the noise, and the barrel testing is restricted to the 1 acre property. And these conditions are for commercial firearms that his business is selling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
In relationship to the conditions for the CUP, the conditions 1 and 2 that were stated there were extra conditions that were placed by the board for the benefit of the compatibility of this use in the neighborhood. And I'd like to point out that there are also other general conditions that the board did have to look at for the approval or denial of the request. Is that correct?
Yes,
Staff?
that is correct.
And number 2 of those general conditions, could you state them for me? Or just in general, it's a compatibility with the neighborhood?
With respectfully, what we're discussing here is whether there was a violation of the conditional use permit. This isn't a public hearing of whether they should have a conditional use permit.
I have several legal questions. If we could go into executive session,
Is that a motion to go into executive session?
I would like to make that motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the board will be in executive session with council. Stay tight and we will be back as soon as we can.
Where's my phone? Where's my phone, dear?
Three rooms away.
Check and see if Ty's back.
Okay, the gang's all here. Do we have a motion to go back into regular session?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're still at the part of questions for staff, and I believe that I have some. I think we may all have some, so we'll open the floor up. Are there questions for staff?
Yes.
Floor is yours, sir.
I have a few questions.
Can you hear me, Matt?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, sorry for the interruption, Dave.
Not a problem.
Can you go through what you can and can't investigate and what you investigated, how you did it?
Yes, as I stated in the report, via the zoning ordinance, we do not, or I do not have the authority to just enter a property to investigate an alleged zoning violation. And so the investigation that I had to conduct was online with his presence, again, with Facebook, just trying to find anything that would link the discharge of firearms on that property to the conditions of that FFL. And I could not find anything that would relate the two.
When did you conduct your investigation?
So we started from about the time that they started coming in. We would, Jenny Lee and myself both conducted some research, just monitoring his Facebook page, and again, exploring his website, any other online activity that he has.
But what were the dates? When did you start your investigation and conclude your investigation?
We
Roughly.
started from a time about the end of September, and then periodically monitored it up until probably a month ago.
Your letter was dated April 1st,
Yes,
so you concluded it.
I've still continued to monitor it.
Your decision was made April 1st.
Correct,
So you concluded your investigation
correct.
on April 1st. What was the violation that you were investigating?
So the violations I was investigating were not only, and of course, now this appeal was based upon the violation of the conditional use permit.
The appeal couldn't begin until after April 1st, when you drafted and sent your letter.
Correct.
So up until then, based on complaints, the ordinance says you must investigate.
Correct.
What was the primary reason for the investigation?
To link link the discharge of weapons on the property to a commercial entity.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
Dave, you're still questioning, aren't you?
Yes, hang on, I'm writing things down.
Okay.
We have a package here. Were you given all this information prior to April 1st?
Yes,
All these videos, all the emails, everything was submitted to the county prior to April 1st in your decision.
well, I believe some of that may have come in after April 1st. If I may ask Jenny Lee.
I can't confirm that every single video that they included in the packet was pre or post April 1st because I didn't look at that information.
Could you give us an estimate? Was it 20%, 50%, 80%?
Personally, I cannot myself.
Anybody else? And if you witnessed
Now,
it,
You're asking how much of the information in that packet came in prior to April 1st and how much came in after April 1st?
I'm asking, how much of this information did you have in order to make your decision on April 1st?
Oh, given that, I would say 80%.
80? Okay. I'm good for right now.
And I would assume everything that you have for the record is in the record, correct? There's nothing else that you got?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Tyler, do you have some questions, sir?
I do. Andy, did you do a site visit?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because again, I cannot just go onto private property, standing, along the road at the end of the driveway is really not a site visit. I mean, if I hear gunshots, there's certainly, again, no way of linking those gunshots to a commercial enterprise.
Are you aware of the Plainview Doctrine?
I'm sorry, Ty?
The Plainview Doctrine, are you aware of it?
I am not.
Okay, well, from an inspection point of view, when there's a complaint and a cause for an investigation, inspectors know or should know that they cannot or should not trespass or go on a property without a warrant, but they can and should ask for permission. But the Plainview Doctrine is you can use anything in your investigation that you can freely see from the property line, the road, or the street, or any other way. It could be an invitation to the second floor of an adjacent property. But I'm just surprised that there wasn't a site visit, and maybe more than one under the circumstances. But I think you can do that, and you don't have to, even if you can't go on the property. It may be a good thing to do a site visit, even if it's not to your benefit. Are there any questions I have for now? Matt?
Andy, did I miss anything in the packet as far as like, has anyone produced an invoice or a receipt that says, they were being charged to shoot at this property? Or
I'm sorry, you're asking me?
has anyone produced to you a receipt
no.
or an invoice
No.
that shows they were charged for services at this facility, or?
No.
Do we have any other questions for staff?
I don't.
And I mean, this letter went out to them in April. And you said this is an ongoing investigation, is that correct?
It has been, yes. And it was an email that I made my determination. It was via email.
Okay. And since your April letter, has anything in your determination changed?
No.
Okay. Going once, going twice. Any other questions for staff?
Could now reserve the right to go back to staff if I have further questions.
Fair enough.
Likewise.
Okay. All right, ma'am, if you would introduce yourself and please state your case, please.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Flary, and I'm here regarding the appeal of the administrative decision for file 252 CUP, which I will refer to as CUP. That's okay. Please understand, I'm not opposed to firearms or gun ownership. My father was born and raised in Beckley, West Virginia, and my grandfather was a coal miner. West Virginia is part of my family's heritage and identity. My father taught me and my sisters how to handle and shoot firearms, and I have been shooting for as long as I can remember. Therefore, my concerns relate to compliance with zoning rules and whether the use of this property is consistent with what was approved by the county and whether neighboring property owners are being afforded the protections intended by the zoning process. I intend to show you in my presentation that evidence supports, number one, that QRF Solutions K-9 LLC is not permitted to operate a gun range by the CUP, by any approved variance, nor by the zoning ordinance. Number two, that QRF Solutions is operating a gun range associated with its business. And number three, that the final administrative determination is arbitrary and capricious because the investigation was insufficient. I'll now go over requirements. Regarding number one, please refer to the board's findings of fact and conclusions of law for the CUP, which starts on page 13 of the PDF packet. On pages 16 to 17, the findings and conclusions states that the CUP is approved, quote, with the condition that testing for commercial firearms will be conducted off-site or barrel tested to suppress the noise, and the barrel testing is restricted to the 1 acre property, end quote. So this CUP does not give permission to operate a gun range or have shooting on the property. On pages 13 to 14 of the findings and conclusions, number two, Mr. Carter's overview says, quote, with the accessory operation of training dogs, this type of specific use would be required in order to expand the land use to include the sale or assembly of firearms, end quote. This demonstrates that the gunsmithing and the dog training are both part of QRF Solutions business enterprise. Also, very importantly, on page 14 of the findings and conclusions, number three says, quote, Mr. Wiegand made special note that in a number of the public comments received for the conditional use permit made mention to a shooting range established on the property and noted that the shooting range was no longer in effect, end quote. So clearly the findings and conclusions on which the CUP was based included a finding that the shooting range, public or private, would no longer be in effect under the CUP. The staff now appear to be asserting that the gun range is unrelated to the CUP. This is inconsistent with the findings and conclusions of the board upon which the CUP approval was based. On page 8, zoning determinations show that QRF Solutions was approved for a distance requirement waiver that was issued on 11/9/23, with zoning certificates approved on 11/27/23 and 11/8/24. The waiver and certificates permit scent detection training provided that no explosive detonation devices are included. It does not permit the discharge of firearms or detonation of explosive devices. Now I'd like to do an overview of the evidence presented in the record. I wish I would have had the time and equipment to present each video to point out the evidence. However, it's my understanding from staff that you've had the opportunity to review this information in advance. With the time limitation and no access to AV equipment, I'll just refer to the evidence in the packet to demonstrate that QRF Solutions is operating a gun range and is allowing shooting activities associated with its business. In the packet on page 105, there is an email submitted by Alex Hobbs, a K-9 trainer for law enforcement, and they state that they were, quote, shooting beside the barn, end quote. They also state that on K-9 training days, they, quote, shoot to pass the time, end quote. This is a violation of the CUP and is not authorized because the CUP specifically stated that the shooting range was no longer in effect and that guns tested in this area were to be barrel tested. This is also a violation of the setback waiver because the setback waiver only permits kennel activities and scent training for dogs and does not include shooting. Page 57 reveals the areas from which the following evidence was collected. In the image, you can see the barn I just referred to and can refer back to it throughout the presentation or to the map on page 76. Page 76 shows a map with approximate property boundary lines, including the western setback, which is reduced from 300 feet to 135 feet, and the eastern setback, which is reduced from 300 feet to 75 feet, indicated by red lines. The northern and southern setbacks are not indicated on this map, but they remain at 300 feet, leaving only a small area approved by the waiver. Incidentally, the shooting range is outside of that area. Pages 58 to 63 show pictures of police vehicles on QRF property during a training event held on June 2nd, 2025. 2 videos capture shooting on the shooting range where the targets are set up on the same day and can be found on page 63 of the packet. This demonstrates they are shooting as part of a commercial training event. This is a violation of the CUP and is not authorized by an approved variance or the zoning ordinance. Pages 66 to 67 show pictures of police vehicles on QRF property during a training event held on March 6th of 2026. 2 videos of shooting activity on the same day are included on page 67. The first, filmed from my deck, was recorded several hours into the event's shooting activities. The second, recorded by Greg Mason, who is here today, appears to show firearms instruction and multiple individuals firing simultaneously. This demonstrates they are shooting as part of a commercial training event. This is a violation of the CUP and is not authorized by an approved variance or the zoning ordinance. Page 68 appears to show a similar training event around the same time. Next, we'll review pages 69 to 71 that show pictures of canine-related training activity on May 30th, 2026. 3 videos from the training event are included on page 71. The first 2 were recorded from our deck while we were attempting to have dinner outside. The second video, captured shortly after a very loud explosion or cannon-like detonation, contains what appears to be large caliber weapons fire. The third video, recorded later from another location, shows shooting activity and a group gathered around a UTV near the shooting range. These demonstrate that there is a gun range, and this is a violation of the CUP. It is not authorized by an approved variance or the zoning ordinance. On page 72, you'll see a picture of a QRF trainer's business card related to training activity on January 18, 2026. The video on that page, taken by Greg Mason, reveals where the employee states that training isn't going to start for about another hour. On page 73, the video taken by Mary Van, who is also here today, she took it later that day. It captures some of the shooting that occurred coming from the shooting range, indicating training did include shooting that day for a commercial purpose, which is not authorized by the CUP and is not authorized by an approved variance or the zoning ordinance. Page 74 shows an upcoming QRF Solutions event scheduled to be held at the end of September, early October. And page 75 shows a QRF Solutions Facebook advertisement for the same event held last year. Page 76 shows a picture of a UTV that was speeding back and forth across the west side of the property multiple times during that event last year. You can see it was operating outside of the setback allowance and is being used for a commercial purpose associated with dog training. This is not authorized by the CUP or an approved variance or the zoning ordinance. Page 77 shows text messages between me and neighbors regarding the shooting we were hearing on December 9th, 2025. And also includes screenshots of Facebook posts from Nick Russo stating that out-of-state canine law enforcement agents are with him and are here for training with his company. This demonstrates that the shooting we were hearing was associated with commercial dog training, which is not permitted. On page 82, you can see QRF's Facebook page showing pictures of canines displaying guns. This advertising indicates firearms activities and canine training activities are marketed together and are not separate operations. Next, I will address Mr. Russo's written testimony found on pages 85 and 86. Mr. Russo is trying to make this appeal about something other than what it is. He talks about his property rights and his FFL license, but these assertions miss the point. The complaints in this appeal are about QRF Solutions' failure to operate within the zoning ordinance, the variances, and the CUP that have been granted and relied upon by the county and by the public. Regarding the West Virginia State Police report on pages 87 to 89, during the CUP hearing, a board member advised the public to contact law enforcement if we observed what we thought was unapproved or illegal shooting activity. On August 30th, 2025, I observed live fire activity in the area between the house and barn, the location authorized for barrel testing. I then heard shooting from the firing range area adjacent to the Shepherdstown Battlefield Osborne Farm. Believing this activity was unauthorized, I contacted the West Virginia State Police. Officer Seabolt, who responded to the call, told me that a group was attending a pistol training class conducted by Mr. Russo and a retired Virginia law enforcement officer. He stated that Mr. Russo presented an FFL and claimed it authorized the training. Mr. Russo's FFL does not allow him to violate the zoning ordinance. Pistol training is a commercial activity. Also, if the training was conducted 1,000 feet from each house, as Mr. Russo asserted, it would have necessarily been outside of the area covered by the setback variance, a violation of the approved variance. This also violated the CUP because number 3 of the findings and conclusions states that there will be no gun range going forward. The zoning investigators could have obtained this information through FOIA from the police, but they did not. 9 of the 10 letters submitted, found on pages 93 to 118, are from attendees at QRF Solutions business training activities, which includes members of law enforcement. All acknowledge that firearms are discharged on the property during their attendance at training sessions at this business. The letters describe the use of a shooting range and/or target shooting area. This is a violation of the CUP and the waiver because the CUP authorizes only limited firearms testing and was approved because on the findings and conclusions that there would be no shooting range. These letters show there is a violation of the CUP and is not authorized by an approved variance or the zoning ordinance. Number 3, now I'd like to address the staff investigation. Please refer to the determination on page 19 of the packet. It appears that the staff arbitrarily narrowed my complaint despite the fact that I submitted several complaints and my complaints were broad. Then it appears that the staff found that the complaint was so narrow they could not perform an investigation. Also, it appears that my complaints were not included in the record. As a result, the public's ability to review and reference those complaints has been improperly restricted, preventing meaningful rebuttal of the staff's assertions. In conclusion, no zoning ordinance waiver or variance allows QRF Solutions K9 to operate a gun range on the property, and the CUP specifically prohibits the business from having a gun range on the property. I have demonstrated that QRF Solutions continues to operate a gun range associated with the business on a regular, repeated, and routine basis by evidence collected and submitted from neighbors, from Mr. Russo, from a QRF Solutions trainer, as well as through what Officer Seabolt told me. And very importantly, through testimony provided by QRF event attendees and others regarding their use at the shooting range during their commercial or business events. I have demonstrated that the administrative determination is not based on an investigation and that the property is in fact being used for a purpose beyond any approved use. The board specifically considered concerns regarding a shooting range and approved the CUP after acknowledging that the shooting range was no longer in operation. Therefore, clearly, QRF Solutions is not allowed to have a shooting range in connection with its business, and certainly not a commercial shooting range. My home is not only my residence, but also my workplace. Therefore, the negative impacts on these activities are both personal and economic to me. I compose and conduct live virtual presentations from my home office for physicians, senior level executives, and faculty of a large university health system. The recurring gunfire, explosions, bullhorn use, and police siren sounds occurring on the neighboring property have directly interfered with my ability to perform my job and maintain a professional business environment. These disruptions undermine my professional credibility, interfere with my ability to effectively deliver content, and jeopardize my livelihood and income. I am bearing large negative impacts on the quality of my life. I can no longer enjoy my outdoor spaces or even the quiet space within my home due to the noise and disruption associated with QRF business activities. This is causing substantial and ongoing stress that has adversely affected my health and well-being. Like many, I view my home as a place of peace, security, privacy, and refuge. Therefore, for all these reasons, I respectfully request that the board reverse the April 1st, 2026 administrative determination because it lacks sufficient investigation, is therefore arbitrary and capricious. Accordingly, the conditional use permit should be revoked. Alternatively, vacate the administrative determination and require appropriate enforcement action, including the assessment of fines or other lawful penalties for conducting activities outside the scope of approvals. Or at the very least, remand this matter for further investigation and direct that all business operations involving firearms activity, sirens, bullhorn use, and explosive detonations be stayed pending a final determination regarding compliance with conditions and approved use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, do you have questions for the appellant?
Well done, young lady.
Thank you.
When you spoke with, or when the state trooper was there to investigate, what happened? Was anyone from there arrested, charged? Did you have to be?
No, so yeah, Trooper Seabolt indicated that the zoning issue is a civil matter and not a criminal matter. And so he didn't observe anything illegal happening or criminal, so he wasn't able to do anything. And that makes sense.
Okay,
I have a couple.
okay. And have you seen money exchange for people shooting it? Do you have any copies of invoices? I mean, what makes you absolutely, what evidence do you have that says that this was commercial? He charged for it, he made money off of it?
So I guess like you would have to actually file, like you'd have to like get some sort of, you'd have to go through a legal process to get that information from his business records. However, when we first started submitting complaints, we were told by somebody in the zoning office, Mason Carter, who was the ordinance officer. I met with him personally with another neighbor. I dropped off 4 complaints. And he told us we needed to collect evidence. So in between working and in between neighbors who also work, we tried to collect as much evidence as we could, tying all of the police vehicles or all the canine vehicles parked at the property and getting evidence of shooting occurring at the same time. So they had their dogs, they had the canine teams. It was the officer and the dog, and they did the training within the barn. They did training, I guess, maybe outside the barn because you could hear the dogs barking. And then, you heard the shooting.
And it's written in the packet. And have you spoken to any of the participants at this property? Anybody that was shooting there?
Personally, I have not spoken to anybody who was a participant there. No.
Okay, I mean, as you mentioned, there's testimony in here that they were passing time when they were shooting. Do you have evidence to the contrary that they weren't doing that?
I don't understand what you mean.
I mean, if they're waiting for their next thing, but what do you have that says that this was a business related, this was with the sale of the gun or testing of guns to be sold? Because that's what's in the conditional use permit.
Right. There's also, so QRF Solutions Canine is a dog training business, and it also operates a firearms business. So the two are connected together. So the shooting of firearms during a canine training event constitutes business use. So any shooting happening during a business use on the property is business shooting. It's commercial shooting.
What makes you say that?
Because they're there for a commercial reason. They're there for a business reason. They're there that day because they're there for canine training.
But what if it says in here that they're passing time waiting for their next thing to come up. So how do you know it's business related?
It doesn't matter if, it doesn't
It does,
matter.
it does matter. That's actually what you're contending right now, is that that it's a business related thing. So I want to know, what evidence do you have that that is directly tied with his business?
So if the property is being used to host organized training events, instruction, or other services for a fee or for free as part of an ongoing enterprise, then subsequently the shooting on the shooting range is a commercial or business use during
Well,
that day.
he's got 1 acre. He's got 1 acre for his business. He's got a 10-acre property. You know, because he can only bench test his firearms that he's selling or barrel test his firearms, there's nothing that takes away his right to use his property as long as it's in conformance with the law. So what evidence do you have that he was using it on his business, underneath his business, and not just utilizing the rest of his property?
The pictures of all of the law enforcement cars that are parked on the property on the day that the shooting occurs, they're there for business purpose.
Okay. Does anyone, do you have questions?
I have some questions.
Can I just ask that same question, just a little bit differently? Do you have any exhibits that specifically show a customer buying or exchanging firearms during a shooting?
No, there's no way for me to get that information.
No, that's fine. I
Mhm.
just wanted to know if any of these exhibits, maybe we missed something that we should have, quite a lot here. And then do you have anything that specifically ties the discharge of weapons to?
Yes, all of the videos. I don't know if you were able to, there's a couple of really good videos that show a bunch of people at the shooting range in their law enforcement uniforms. And they appear to be receiving instruction from the trainers on the property. And then they are shooting. Sometimes they're shooting multiple guns simultaneously.
That was, I don't remember what trainer.
Sure. It was one of the videos. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Michaela, is your mic on?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's on, but
Page 67. It's the PDF page number.
They're not labeled on this.
yeah, we don't have page numbers.
Yeah, I don't think there were page numbers on the packet.
Fired at this commercial.
It's like it's 2 videos of shooting. Yes.
Do you have the date of the event? They're mostly dated.
6/6/25, 7:39 a.m.
The one that I'm talking about is from March the 6th, 2026. Sorry.
You have a time on that?
Oh, sorry, 3:02 p.m. Is that what that?
Yeah, anyone can answer. I'm just curious.
I watched them. I watched them all.
Okay, so just the fact that they are conversing during, what makes you think this is a commercial?
Yeah, it looks like one of the guys is holding a gun and then one of the trainers are like showing him like how to use it. And then, I mean, they look like they're not very well trained at using the guns that they're operating in the videos.
That happens, but you know that-
I do.
What range do you go to?
I go over in Maryland. I use a range in Maryland.
Which one?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, okay.
Machine gun?
No, isn't that illegal?
Machine gun nest. It's a range.
No,
Oh, you go to the other one.
no, I'm not gonna say.
But no, it's very common when you're shooting to look at a friend and, what about this? Why'd something get jammed? I couldn't tell. I couldn't discern from that video that it was somebody trying to train somebody.
That's the way it looked to me.
That's fine.
Mhm.
But, some of my questions are, and I looked at every video and I really tried to discern the boundaries, setback requirements, and who was shooting. I could not discern at any level exactly where they were or who it was. I didn't know if it was a trainer. Obviously, a police officer was identified, and I saw many police officers. They're clearly shooting. They're clearly not shooting in a barrel. Comes back to Andy was investigating, and he says regarding previous emails, I learned really young in business, have something in writing to respond to. There's so many what ifs for us to look at here. It's very difficult to determine what the clear violation complaint was. And to be honest with you, what the clear investigation was to do it. I don't like the fact he didn't visit the property, but hearing a gunshot, other than hearing a gunshot, you can't determine if it was by the landowner, by friends in the 1 acre spot or not. There's so much vagueness to this. I'm just having trouble getting the facts necessary to make a determination. And I was very adamant when this CUP came before me to make sure that it was not a shooting range. That would have had to been a completely different conditional use request. It was very clear to me as well that these weapons were being tested, or if you have an FFL, you get a new weapon in, you want to fire it and make sure it works in a barrel. So I agree that that was my understanding when this came before us. But I'm having trouble with all the vagueness. I just don't know. One of the things that you said as a solution to this was remand it for a further investigation. Maybe zoning doesn't have the proper legal authority to investigate it properly. I don't know who does. Maybe we can ask counsel on that. But I mean, Andy did acknowledge he had 80% of the videos and documents that you sent. I went through all of them. They're definitely shooting. They're definitely not shooting in a barrel. So that's where my thoughts are with you, unless if
Yeah,
you
the
could
questions
respond
are-
to my
Questions are still. open.
comments,
Yeah.
I'd appreciate it.
I can ask a question, staff.
Can I get an answer to
yeah,
any-
we'll wait
everything
until we
I
get
said
done
if she
with,
has?
We'll wait until we get done with the appellant and then go back to questions of staff and then open the public hearing.
I mean, do you have any
You-
further evidence that can clarify in my mind the questions I asked?
So using vagueness, you know, the county had a duty to interpret and explain the conditions and failed to do so. You know, you indicated, it was you, I believe you're Mr. Wiegand, that there would be no shooting range. However, there has been a shooting range that has been in operation used by customers of QRF Solutions K-9 almost every day.
And that's the vagueness in this.
You
I
can't be
don't
a
know-
customer
I
one
don't know
minute.
who was on site. I cannot identify the people that were discharging weapons.
They were the
Were
same- They were the people that drove those law enforcement vehicles onto the property
why were they there?
for training.
I don't know that.
They were
don't
there
see-
with their
I-
teams for
I-
K-9
That's what I'm trying to
training.
get at.
Why,
That's what
can
I'm
a
trying to get
customer
at.
can a person be a customer one minute and then a friend the next minute? I don't think so. If you're on property for business, it's business.
I don't know.
They're there for business. They were there for K-9 training events.
Elliot, do you have any questions for the applicant or the appellant? I'm sorry.
I'll
You
let
can
Lisa
see
go
in
first.
this Facebook, post, you can see like some of the officers, they have their sidearm on them and they're actively in training at the property with their dogs.
Yeah, I guess, I think the argument. Sorry. So you have the same. Not working.
There you go.
How about now?
Yeah,
So in the packet, there are several emails from these customers slash friends, and they specifically state, I think, that they were there for training. And then intermittently, they would ask I mean, I think everybody's brought this up, permission to conduct target practice
Good point.
as
Yeah,
they're
that's-
waiting.
That's a very good point. They actually did admit that they were there for training and they were shooting when they were there
But
for
they,
training.
but they go on to further specify that none of that shooting was connected to the training. It,
How can it not be? They're there for training. That's it. That's why they were on property.
you know, I mean, I'm just reading what they specifically said. They do not feel that that was a commercial shooting activity. You know, they were zeroing rifles or just testing new things for themselves in between, although they were using the property at some times over a weekend for a canine training event that was a paid thing. The shooting was not what they were there for. So I guess what is your, do you have exhibits that specifically contradict that?
Yeah, I believe like a lot of the law enforcement officers' letters that they submitted, I don't think that they are aware that they're not supposed to be shooting when they're there for canine training operations. You know, I think that they all stated, I mean, that one guy, Alex Hobbs, mentioned that he was there. He was shooting, he was there for training, he was shooting to pass the time. He was there for business, like, you know, what gives them the right to be shooting guns on a non-existent shooting range, something that's not approved by a CUP or a variance?
Have you contacted law enforcement other times in the time with Trooper Steeple?
I think I may have one other time. I don't believe I got a police report from that individual.
Okay. And as far as the stipulations on the shooting range are concerned, that's for the 1 acre parcel that is QRF Solutions.
Correct, it's for QRF Solutions Canine Business.
Yeah.
No shooting range.
I mean, that does not quench the rest of his property rights. He has a 10 acre parcel.
Right, but he's really severely limited in the acreage or the area that he can use for his business.
For
And
his
the-
business.
Right. Mhm.
Okay.
And
But
the
what about
attendees are there for
so-
training, for business. And while they're there for business, they're shooting.
But if they're not training and they're not on his 1 acre for the business, then what makes you contend that they are there for business?
Because that's what they paid to go get canine training. So they were there on the property for canine training.
So they did not pay for commercial shooting is what you're saying.
I mean, it doesn't matter. The shooting range is a shooting range. The shooting range is not supposed to be there. It's not approved by any CUP.
I mean, to be
variance or
honest with you,
anything.
that's not the interpretation that I have here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And how, I asked the question, how can you determine the boundaries? I could not see the boundaries.
So you guys approved the setbacks.
Right, but if he wasn't in that acre, he can shoot anytime and anywhere he wants.
He
Without a
cannot-
barrel.
Not for business, not for business. He's not approved.
So what do you have that says they paid to shoot at that range?
No, they paid to attend canine training. Why else would they be there?
Okay.
I mean, all the evidence and probably like what you guys saw on Facebook shows them, you know, it shows a lot of video on Facebook of training events held at that property.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, ma'am, if you would have a seat and then we'll open the public hearing. Well, actually, I'm sorry, there was questions for staff,
No, I got it.
not right now.
Mhm.
Tyler, do you have any other further questions?
No, sir, I'm fine.
I
For
have
now.
questions for staff.
Okay.
I explained that in me reviewing the documents and videos here, I was not able to determine the boundaries of where people were, where they were shooting. I also could not determine the identity of any of the people shooting. Were you able to determine any of that?
No, I was not. I mean, again, to your point, yes, there's definitely shooting taking place.
Right, and you didn't have to go there because this was submitted and you reviewed 80% of it and you saw the same things that I saw.
That is correct.
So in part of your determination, that was part of your decision.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now open the public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
If the respondent is here, they actually, in accordance with the rules of procedure, they have the right to speak next.
Is there a respondent here? Oh, yes, ma'am. As soon as she vacates, come on up. Welcome, and when you're ready, will you please introduce yourselves for the record?
Hi, I'm Alice Davenport.
And I'm Paul Pennington. I do business with Mr. Russo. We do canine training. I own Knight's Armor Security Training out of Winchester, Virginia.
Okay. And ma'am, for the record, are you the property owner?
Yes, I'm one of them.
Okay. Okay, so you heard what we are discussing is that the belief that the zoning administrator erred in his determination. You heard the testimony that was just brought. What do you have for rebuttal?
So I can say personally and professionally, none of the shooting is related to the CUP or the FFL. I want to make clear that 1899 Trough Road is a home business, and just because we operate a home business does not mean we lose our personal rights to our land. That being said, the CUP has two restrictions with our FFL. The first is commercial weapons testing is to be barrel tested or taken off-site. All weapons testing we have done so far has been off-site at either 340 Defense or Shadow Hawk Defense. All of the evidence submitted is friends and family shooting and has nothing to do with QRF or our FFL. The second is that a barrel tested weapons have to be conducted in that 1 acre plot. But as I previously stated, all weapons testing has been done off-site so far. I also want to add the same group of people here today complained about me and my friend shooting before we had the FFL, which is documented not only in zoning minutes from when we first applied, but also in various police reports, one of which I do have, which is the one that she did reference. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that this is more of a noise complaint than an issue with our FFL.
Okay, so is there anything you wanted to add?
Well,
No.
basically what she had said is the actual weapons testing for the FFL, which I am a responsible person on that FFL, has occurred at 340 Defense and Shadow Hawk. The shooting on the property is her friends, Mr. Russo, myself sometimes. No money exchanges hands. We are shooting for recreation. And as she had actually mentioned about Mr. Hobbs saying they do it to pass time. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with canine training, but when you have multiple police officers from multiple agencies there, they cannot all run their dogs at the same time. So in between, when there's nothing going on, they can free to leave, they can come back, they can do whatever. They have, upon occasion, do you mind if I shoot my weapon? I just got a new one. I would like to shoot it. On occasion, that has happened. No money is exchanged. That was not a part of the training. But also, she referenced the one that was a week long. That was officers, both law enforcement and private security, from as far away as New Hampshire all the way down to North Carolina. They are there for a week. They stay in hotels here in Jefferson County. In the afternoon, after training is done, they get together, they hang out, they talk about what's coming up next tomorrow. And on occasion, they have actually fired weapons. It was not a weapons training. It is not a commercial range. There is no advertising for a range there. There's nothing. That is their private property, and they are shooting into an area which Trooper Sebo was there, as well as some sheriff's deputies have been there. and they say there is a proper backstop. All buildings are far enough back and there's not a problem. She actually has a report from Trooper Seabold that basically said nothing criminal had occurred.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you have any questions for the property owner?
How many barrels do you have on site?
We don't have any because we just went ahead and said we will not do any testing on site. We will take it off site just so that we didn't have any confusion.
Okay, you just said that you tested them on site. Did you have barrels?
No, so we never tested on site.
They go off site.
We either go to 340 or we go to Shadowhawk.
Okay.
Are you done? I guess it must have been missed in the packet. Did you submit invoices for your commercial testing from Defense 340 and Shadowhawk?
No, we didn't.
Okay, do you have those that we could request or you don't
I
have
can
invoice?
get them for you.
Okay, so you do have those for the commercial testing part
If
of this?
needed, yeah, I can
Okay.
dig through them and find them.
And then there was just a little bit of a discrepancy between what you said versus what he said. You're saying that only friends and family are shooting or using the backyard. But he sort of said, and I have some emails to say that these are people from training events. I mean, I'm sure your customers are also your friends. I understand how that works, but just could you clarify, are these family and friends, like local or, related to you somehow, or are these customers that have asked permission to do recreational shooting on your site?
So this is family and friends. So we'll, go out, we know each other. It's not like, okay, we had a class today. I met you today. Okay, go shoot on the shooting area. It's not like that at all.
Would you describe all of your customers for the canine training events as friends and family? Is that a true statement?
I mean, a lot of them are friends, but not all of them. I mean, we do train people who are not our friends or family.
Would you also allow them to shoot recreationally on your land if they asked permission?
If we became like long-term friends, it's not something where it's like, again, I met you a day or two ago and now you can shoot. It's our friends are typically, we meet them at a canine conference and then they say, okay, well, why don't I come down for canine training? And then, I've known some of these people for, year, two. It's not just like a stranger.
And how many departments do you typically have at a time at a training event? He mentioned, not all the teams can be dog training at a time. So,
I mean, we try to keep this classes smaller. We try to have about 4 handlers, but sometimes they'll go, 6 or 7. But typically we try to limit it to 1 to 2 departments. Granted, there can be multiple handlers per department.
and last question, do you have a covered shooting stand or do they just shoot out in the field?
I wish I had a picture of it, but we shoot into a berm. So it's not like we're just shooting straight into a field or anything.
But where the shooters are shooting from, is that like a covered, like
No,
bougie area? Or is it just
No,
like,
I
okay.
mean, we have like trees on the left side, but it's not,
Okay.
it's not actually like a tent or anything set up specifically for commercial shooting.
Was that berm there when you bought the property or did you guys build it?
No, it was there.
Okay, thank you.
I have one further question. Is all shooting, whether it's friends, family, or clients, done within that 1 acre designated area for the CUP?
So the CUP, we have obviously, I'm sure but we have our, primary house and then we have like the barn, the secondary residence. So the CUP is in between there, but the shooting area that we shoot in is not in that 1 acre.
So you have other areas to shoot in
Yeah,
on
outside that
site,
1 acre.
on the 10 acres?
Yeah.
Have you ever charged anybody to shoot there?
No.
Never sent an invoice for,
Mm-mm.
do you advertise that, hey, you can shoot here when you take the dog class?
Nope.
Okay. Sounds like there was, there's evidence in the packet of run-ins and discussions with law enforcement. Was anybody ever charged?
No.
Okay, so
For like
they,
shooting?
yeah,
No.
okay. I think that's all that I have for now. Elliot, do you have any questions for the?
No, you guys have asked everything I was gonna ask.
Mr. Quinn, do you have any questions for the property owner?
No, sir.
Okay. if you would have a seat there, we may call you to come back up. But for now, we're going to open the public hearing. And in the public hearing, each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please keep your comments to the issue at hand, as whether the administrator made a error in his decision. And first up, we have Mr. Philip Baker Schenk.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. If you would please introduce yourself.
No,
There
not.
should be a green light on top.
Thanks. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Philip Baker Schenk. I'm a resident within the town of Shepherdstown. And I saw the notice of the hearing and I thought I would come and testify to one small fact that I know about personally. First, I do want to say I'm a gun owner, have been all my life. Always been committed to reasonable gun safety regulation. I've been a hunter, deer, rabbit, squirrel, and turkey last fall. So this isn't an anti-gun. But I want to tell you that regularly at my house, whether I'm on the porch or inside, with the window open, spring, summer, and fall, I've been hearing regular rounds of automatic, semi-automatic gunfire. That's not hunting. It's really target shooting or gun shooting on steroids. It's a lot of ammo. It's episodic. I didn't log it. All I'm telling you is, best of my information, belief, I'm hearing that. And it's coming from the southeast direction, which when I looked at the map and looked at the record in your hearing packet, it's pretty clearly emanating from that property. So I want you to know the sound really carries, particularly when there are no leaves in the trees in between us. It's a couple fields away and I'm in town of Shepherdstown. So this is a real issue for, I think, folks closer than me. And it's a regular nuisance occurrence. So just wanted to testify to that as a neighbor in town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, I have Greg Mason.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you looked over all the videos, but I'm here to testify in support of Sandy Ferry's complaint that the QRF Solutions violated their cup. I'd like to assume you watched the videos that I have submitted and others as evidence. I believe this clearly shows violation of the QRF Solutions cup and setback. I have clearly seen multiple training events with police officers, K-9 officers, dogs, where shooting on the gun range takes place. Many times the shooting takes place during the day and evening hours. Early on, I went to meet with Nick Rizzo about the shooting on his gun range. This highly impacts our quality of life here, the ability to safely enjoy our property. It has heavily affected our dog Harley with continuous shooting and mostly important to me, the ability for my wife to sleep. While complaining to Nick Rizzo about the way it affected my dog, the constant shooting caused him to bark for hours that was going on. Nick said he could train my dog on his gun range for $300 where that would not bother that dog. That's paid shooting on the gun range to train my dog. I'm testifying he told me that. That is paid training. He said he would do this for a special price of $300. I chose never to do this, feeling this would be cruelty to my dog to put him through this. This clearly violates the cup and the setback using the gun range for training range. On another day, Bradley Schiff, the trainer of QRS Solutions, offered to train my dog on the gun range for free. Why? So that he was going to train me and my dog on that gun range so that my dog, that would not bother my dog. That's training on the gun range. It is clear that QRF Solutions has connect the gun range to dog training and selling guns from the videos and statements under oath of these people today that the gun range is tied to both businesses. Multiple people have stated they're shooting during the training, but try to imply they were their friends or family or taking a break. I don't know how you can feel that these people are not there for a paid training and then all of a sudden they went on break and they're not paying. I just cannot comprehend how you all think that is possible. And I'm not saying all of you think that or any of you do, but this is paid where people are there, they're training, they're shooting. It should be clear to everyone in the room that they were there related to paid training and possibly buying guns and ammo and shooting there. I have also witnessed several explosions where the ground shakes at my house. That's explosions. You can't have explosions. Everything else, how can they be setting off explosions? You will hear my friend Mary talk more about this. We also have heard and seen QR Solutions conduct training with police cars and UTVs with loud sirens coming out of the setback areas. They come down their long driveway into the field through the setback areas and outside of the setback areas with the training. Don't focus on one part of the complaint because, as he said, there were many parts of this complaint. They focused on one part, which is the two things about the guns and the selling and the shooting in the barrels. There's a lot more to this complaint than this that should be considered. Maybe it won't be, but it should be.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Next, I have Paul Pennington. Oh, you're the presenter. Okay. Next, I have Jack Flaherty. Come on up.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jack Flaherty, and I am actually the son of Sandra Flaherty, who's opposing this cup. I grew up here. We moved here in 2001, so I've been here. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Tell people problems. I've been here for over 20 years, building my life, making friendships, enjoying the tranquility that Jefferson has to offer, especially in this rural area. My oldest brother actually has two baby nieces, and he likes to bring them over to the grandparents' house over in Shepherdstown. And I remember several times now having them in the house and being able to hear the gunshots and from outside and thinking like, wow, this is probably not a good environment for them to be in. You know, they can get hit by ricochet or who knows what kind of psychological impact it has on them. I also struggle from my own mental illness, schizophrenia. So I hear gunshots and it kind of triggers, negative emotions and feelings for me. It is like a little war zone out there when I hear firing. It's like different explosions, different gunfire. It's not just somebody like, hey, can I just, buy a clip and unload it here? It's like planned. It's like a planned activity. They have multiple, like I said, devices. And like Greg said, there's an explosion, actual explosion that I witnessed. And I think my girlfriend too. Yeah, we try to barbecue outside and it's just noisy. It's noisy to do outdoor recreation. It's things that you want to do in silence, with all the gunshots around. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lily Donlin.
Hello, I'm Lily Donlin. I have just a little bit to say, but I'm in support of Sandra Flaherty. That's my future mother-in-law over there. So I've spent time at her house and it is very peaceful there, except for the gunshots. It's almost constantly. And it isn't just, here or there. It's a constant thing. There are explosions and they're big explosions. And it's very stressful and I have PTSD. So it's not just, a casual impact. It's very, very stressful. And trying to eat outside, you hear them and, it impacts all of us and the neighbors. And yeah, it's very, very stressful. And I think if it was just now and then, the neighbors and all of us, we could, bear with it, but it is just a constant thing. And I think it's very unfair to deal with. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have Susan Mason.
Hi, my name is Susan Mason. I reside at 1895 Trough Road, Jefferson, West Virginia, with my husband, Greg Mason. I'm here today to testify in support of Sandy Fleury's complaint alleging that QRF Solution is operating in violation of conditions of their conditional use permit. Our home is located directly behind QRF Solutions property. We're approximately 400 feet from the fence line adjoining the Russo property, and by my estimate, approximately 600 feet from the QRF Solution gun range. My husband and I have lived in this rural community for many years. During that time, our neighbors have consistently shown respect and consideration for one another. Until the operation of QRF Solutions gun range, this was a quiet and peaceful area. I've personally observed repeatedly gunfire from the QRF Solutions gun range on numerous days and several evenings. These periods of shooting occur during what I understand to be training events. During these events, I've observed multiple police vehicles, often from out of state, parked on or near the property while the shooting has taken place. Based on my observations, these training events appear to be associated with the business operations conducted by QRF Solutions. It would only make sense that these same people buying and firing these guns on QRF Solutions range. I am employed by Procter & Gamble in Martinsburg, West Virginia, where I work a rotating schedule that includes both day and night shifts. When the gun range began operating, the repeatedly and continuous gunfire frequently prevented me from sleeping during the day after working overnight shifts. In an effort to address this issue, my husband and I reached an agreement with Nick of QRF Solutions. He was provided my work schedule so that the gunfire training could be scheduled around my daytime sleeping hours. This arrangement worked only for a limited period. On one occasion, Nick informed my husband by text message that the scheduled gun training could not be changed. Those communications demonstrate that the live fire training was scheduled as part of QRF Solutions business operations. During multiple training events, I have also heard extremely loud explosions where distinctively people different from different ordinary gunfire. These explosions typically occurred one at a time and only during training events. The force of the explosion was strong enough that I could feel the ground shake at my residence. In addition, I have personally observed a police vehicle and an SUV travel from the front portion of the property near the driveway, past the barn, and to the rear field, where operating a siren continuously for an extended period of time. Based on what I observed, I believe these activities extended beyond the area approved for training. The ongoing operation of selling guns and ammo and shooting the guns on the gun range has significantly affected my quality of life. The noise has interfered with my ability to sleep after working night shifts, and the repeated gunfire and other training activities have disrupted the peace and quiet that we previously enjoyed in our home and neighborhood. I want to make it clear, I am not opposed to firearms, dog training, or law enforcement training. My concern is the operation of a commercial gun range, gun and ammo purchasing and shooting, associated business activities in close proximity to a rural resident community, and the impact those activities had on nearby residents. I respectfully ask you to carefully consider the testimony, photographs, videos, and other evidence submitted by the neighboring property owners. Based on my personal observations and experiences, I believe the evidence demonstrates that the gun range is directly connected to the business operations of QRF Solutions. I respectfully request that the county enforce the conditions of the conditional use permit and take whatever action is necessary to bring the property into compliance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mary Jan.
My name is Mary Van, and I'm here to testify in support of Sandra Fleury's petition. I live on Willis Drive, 818 feet from QRF Solutions. The sounds of rapid automatic fire from guns, emergency sirens, and earth-shaking explosions coming from this property are not the sounds I would expect from an artisan gunsmithing business. It is without question that the business is greatly increasing the ceaseless use of the shooting range. My husband is a college professor and works remotely from home, recording lectures and meeting with students and faculty daily. It is emotionally stressful and exhausting to have to work and think through this. Not only that, at times the windows rattle with the sounds of the shooting. We have 2 sweet dogs who get so stressed they have torn up carpet, flooring, and wood paneling. We hate to leave them because we never know when shooting and explosions are going to start. Last fall, 2 contractors from Petty Pest were talking to me at my front door when a loud explosion rocked the ground. It startled us so much I called the police. Zoning variance file 2334ZB states that the primary component for the kennel business was training government dogs. This included scent detection. Explosives were to be used for scent detection. Detonators for explosions were not included. There was also no provision for emergency sirens that go on for 30, 45 minutes and more. Mr. Russo is quoted as saying that he lived on the property and would therefore ensure that any sound associated with the property would be mitigated. This was approved by Mr. Harris with the condition that the applicants are bound by their testimony. How can we plan visits with family and friends in this environment? We have young grandchildren that come and play here. I do not feel safe on my own property. Stray bullets can travel several miles until they are stopped. The owner of QRF Solutions allows customers, he says, or friends to stay and shoot after training. Since many of the license plates of the vehicles are from out of state, just how well can he really know these people? That is very concerning to me. I support the Second Amendment, own a firearm, and have attended gun safety classes. I have great respect for police officers and police dogs. They have a difficult job. This is about my right to live in a peaceful environment, and I respectfully request that the safety and well-being of the people who live in this community be considered important enough to revoke this cup for not meeting necessary requirements. At the very least, I would urge Jefferson County to begin a full investigation. And just as a little extra, I was looking online at setting up shooting ranges, and a berm is recommended to be 20 to 60 feet high if you're shooting for safety.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Van.
you.
Next, we have Douglas Auerbach.
Good afternoon. My name is Douglas Auerbach, and I'm here in support of Sandy Fleury. And I want to thank the board for the difficult work you do. I know some of these get very contentious. And I also want to say I respect QRF. They seem like very nice people. I live about half a mile from QRF on Farview and Trough Road. And I do, from that far away, I do hear the explosions and the firearms. The only thing I want to say, I'm not an expert on whether this is commercial or not, but I have Google. Free benefits provided to customers are considered an integral part of the business operations and marketing strategy. So it seems to me that even if it's not related, if they're providing it for free to their customers, that should be considered commercial use. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Pierre O'Flaherty. anxieties. Like to have my paper read by my computer. I've already practiced it and turn on the computer and it reads this statement, which I can give you too. And I'll swear and testify by this. Is it okay if I use this computer to read my statement?
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Piero Fleury and I live at 156 Willis Drive. Only about 500 feet separate my property from the QRF property. I bought this property 25 years ago knowing that I would retire here in peace. Now that QRF is here, it has taken over our peace and quiet and seems to be thumbing their nose at us with all of the shooting, explosions, and sirens. This occurs
Is the
7
microphone
days a
on, sir?
week and multiple hours a day. We cannot plan gatherings at our house because of the disturbances, nor am I able to enjoy resting in a hammock with my
That's
two
okay.
little granddaughters because of all of the war zone noises. As a landowner, my
Oh, I brought the wrong thing.
I could hear it fine, Matt, before they moved it.
Okay, yeah.
I could hear it. It just wasn't as loud as I thought
We
it
want
should
it to
be.
be on the record, so.
Okay.
The mic is on?
Hello, I'm Piero Fleury and I live at 156 Willis Drive.
there you go.
Only
There
about
you go.
500 feet separate my property from the QRF property.
You gotta start the time again.
25 years ago knowing that I would retire here in peace. Now that QRF is here, it has taken over our peace and quiet and seems to be thumbing their nose at us with all of the shooting, explosions, and sirens. This occurs 7 days a week and multiple hours a day. We cannot plan gatherings at our house because of the disturbances, nor am I able to enjoy resting in a hammock with my two little granddaughters because of all of the war zone noises. As a landowner, my property rights have been taken from me. My interpretation from the information in the packet is that if you are a training customer, or a random stranger from a bar that is invited to the business to shoot guns, you're a friend. But it doesn't work that way. And this makes me wonder how many guns and how much ammo is sold during these training events. And the activities appear to be more like a free-for-all event versus a professional event. An example is on May 30th, 2026, when there was shooting, explosions, and a time when a mock police car and UTV were going in circles. They chased each other with sirens blaring for long stretches of time, and until 7:30 in the evening. I took videos of it because I couldn't believe it. As recently as yesterday, there was shooting throughout the day at an event. As far as I'm aware, scent detection does not involve shooting, bombs that shake the ground, or sirens. I was on the phone with the contractor in my yard during another training event with shooting. The contractor asked if I was in Ukraine. I feel like it's all smoke and mirrors. We were assured at the CUP hearing that the shooting range we are still complaining about no longer exists. Has anyone from the county gone out to measure the boundaries from which QRF is allowed to operate its business activities? From what I can tell, those areas are very small sections of that rather small property. I am pro Second Amendment and I own multiple guns. I am asking you to revoke the CUP. This will hopefully prevent all unapproved activities from occurring on that property and will let me regain my property rights and peace. Thank you.
Thank you for this accommodation. It really helped me out because, or else I wouldn't have been able to get it out.
Oh, good.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Next I have Chris Marshall.
now?
No, ma'am, go for it.
I am here in support of the appellant Sandra Fleury for her request. Having looked at the packet and agenda minutes and video related to this commercial business, the dog kennel, the dog training, and firearms dealership and gun range, I believe these uses and businesses are not conducive to the betterment of rural neighborhood or Jefferson County as business is operating in a location detrimental to the county. It is not the nature of the business in and of itself, but its location and site of the property that is inappropriate. First, I want to point to the July 25th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting where the single-family deed restriction was lifted to allow a kennel. It was stated that there would be no more than 6 dogs trained at a time. That's 23-2-PCV. This appears no longer to be the case as the business operates special events with large number of people attending the events, more than 6. This business, as far as I am aware, has not received a conditional use permit as a special event facility under Section 8.14B of the Zoning and Land Development Ordinances, which has its own set of standards, approvals, and permits. Please ask the Planning Department to investigate use of this property in business as to whether it can operate special events and if the proper cup is in place to do so. Outdoor shooting ranges need a cup for the rural zone and is not permitted in the residential growth area. Idea of shooting ranges do not differentiate between personal or commercial or public use. For clubs, shooting facilities require 150-yard setback as a minimum of 150 acres under the common ownership as per Jefferson County subdivision ordinances, all of which require Board of Zoning appeal after taking into consideration the neighborhood, the traffic buffering, and a public hearing, none of which has occurred to date. This site is operating as a private shooting range in addition to the other commercial businesses, and maybe a commercial shooting range as well. Regardless of whether patrons or friends, paying customers of the businesses or paying customers of the businesses operating there. The lifting of the deed restriction for the kennel in rural residential neighborhood was a gate opener for the number of private and commercial uses, some still unpermitted, such as shooting range and special event facility, and the permitted gun manufacturing sales business, federal firearms business. Please
ma'am.
ensure this business is operating within county and state law and operating safely. I would send you to the subdivision ordinances.
Thank you, ma'am.
Definition of a shooting range. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Daniel Keim.
Wasn't he one of the other applicants?
That was for,
Yeah, it was written down on here, but I'll give one more shot. Daniel Keim, did you want to speak to this? Okay. Next, Lynn Dellis.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Lynn Dellis, and I am here in support of Sandy's complaint and appeal. This complaint and appeal are not about gunsmithing and are not limited to the CUP. The staff report in the packet, and as we discussed earlier, describes the complaint. Quote, "The complaints have been continued and consist primarily of video, audio, and email language related to the discharge of firearms on the property and the negative impact it has had on the surrounding neighbors. The right to peace and quiet and enjoyment of the neighbors' properties has been greatly diminished. The complaints are also infer that this activity is in direct violation of the conditions of the conditional use permit 25-2-CUP. This seems to arbitrarily narrow the complaint to only violation of the CUP. Based on the testimony today, conditions the CUP was based on appear to be violated. But the complaint materials included in the packet also demonstrated that the complaint was far more broad than portrayed in the report. There is complaint of noise affecting surrounding residences. This would violate section 4.4B and section 8.9A1 in the zoning ordinance. The complaint included that commercial activity was conducted outside of the area designated by the setback variance. This would violate the setback variance. The complaint included use of explosives, which many have testified. This would violate the setback variance, which does not allow detonation devices. The complaint included generation of vibration beyond the property line, and this would be a violation of the zoning ordinance 4.4B and section 8.9A1. The complaint even informed the enforcement staff of an upcoming commercial event that they should investigate. But despite this, the investigation described in the packet, and as he willingly admitted, seems to be limited to an internet search and an attempt to have a meeting with the business owner. The staff could have visited the site during a commercial event and evaluated many parameters required by the zoning ordinance that were included in the complaint. They could have done this without even entering the property, as you discussed, and they did not. This investigation was insufficient to support the staff's final decision, and it appears that the staff arbitrarily decided that this business was not in violation. The bottom line, the staff arbitrarily narrowed the complaint to just about commercial use of the guns. The complaint was much more broad than that, and I hope you consider that. Please either revoke the CUP and waiver or remand this staff to do a full investigation, preferably at the place where the infractions are occurring. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Daniel Casto.
Hello, I'm here to speak in favor of QRF Solutions and upholding the zoning official determination. So number one, the issue that was complained about was a violation of the CUP. The CUP is for their FFL license, selling firearms. It's not about the dog boarding. It's not about the dog training. The only thing that's before you is, are they selling firearms? And then are they going out and testing them? No evidence has been presented to that. I will tell you how I met Mr. Russo. I met him serving on the Development Authority and learned he was a dog trainer. I told him about an issue I have with my dog. My son was recently diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. He has an Omnipod, he has the Dexcom, and my dog was going crazy. And he said, I have a trainer who has the exact thing. I can train your dog. So great. And he did it, and it's been life-changing for us. He's also, since then, since we've become friends, said, hey, I have a shooting range at my residence because that's also where I train my dogs. If you want to come out and shoot, bring your gun, let's go shoot. He's an ex-Marine. He shoots. If you look at the FFL, that CUP is for that 1 acre. This shooting range is his private shooting range at his residence. Outside of that, I heard one lady say she runs a home business at her property. So does that mean now that she can't go outside and shoot if it's otherwise legal? Under her interpretation, yes, because suddenly she has turned her entire property into a commercial business. It's just entirely unfair. One lady just mentioned, well, you're not here today about the CUP. That's news to everybody else. You are here about the CUP. The only thing before you is, did he violate the conditional use permit? No evidence has been presented that he did. Furthermore, I don't believe that you have the ability just to take away the cup today. At most, you would have the ability to fine him if you found he violated the cup. So I would ask you to uphold the zoning official's determination and stand up against what I think is are just unfair attacks against his business that started from day one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Susie Weimer. Okay, then we have Jilliana Brona. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliana Bronya, and I'm here representing Jefferson County Foundation. In 2024, the BZA approved a variance from Section 8-4 for QRF Solutions to reduce the setback distance requirement from 300 feet to 135 feet along the western property line and from 300 feet to 75 feet along the eastern property line for a proposed kennel with an outdoor training area. In the zoning ordinance, Section 8-4 kennels and Section 4-6 distance requirements both state all portions of a kennel land use must be buffered pursuant to Article 4 and set back at least 300 feet from any other property line that contains a residence. So this would include, as we've been discussing here today, any break time activities. These must be included within the area that is set back and buffered. Article 4, Section 11, landscaping, screening, and buffer yard requirements, paragraph F states all buffer yards must include a fence or dense screen of plantings of trees, shrubs, and other plant materials, or both, to the full length of the lot line to serve as a barrier to the visibility, airborne particles, glare, or noise. Such screen plantings shall meet the following requirements. It goes on to state what those are. Article 4, Section 11 also indicates for all commercial uses that parking is not permitted in the buffer or setback areas. According to the staff report in 2023, setback variances for the kennel permitted, quote, training to include scent detection training, i.e. cadaver tracking, explosive and narcotics, and shall be licensed in accordance with state and federal regulations as required, unquote. It did not exempt QRF Solutions from any other part of that ordinance. In 2024, the variance was revised to permit, quote, create, assemble cadaver tracking, explosives, and narcotic tools, devices related to scent detection training provided that no detonation devices are included in the tools or devices. Additionally, quote, incidental online sales of training tools and devices related to ongoing scent detection training. So this means that QRF Solutions is only permitted to operate a kennel for the dog training with scent detection, assembly of items for scent detection training as long as there are no detonation devices, and conduct online sales of equipment related to this training. And very importantly, because sections 8-4 and 4-6 of the zoning ordinance states, quote, all portion of the kennel use must be set back at least 300 feet. All of these activities must occur within the adjusted land use boundaries. This includes all activities associated with the canine training and parking for such training. The testimony you've heard today demonstrates that QRF Solutions is violating these requirements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Christine Weimer.
May I request a point of order before my time has started?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. It appears as though the presentation order has been changed from that of sign up. And I would like to proffer into the record that has been done, and it appears to benefit the respondent because the respondent's presenters have been moved to last, or moved at least until after people that signed up after them. So I just wanted to proffer that into the record. And
So I get it correctly, what
Yeah.
is the point of contention?
so I wanted to proffer into the record that the order of presentation has been changed. On the same sheet of paper, Ms. Dellis was signed up after two presenters that are here this evening. We believe one of them just spoke. And then there's another one here this evening that may also be signed up to speak. And it appears that the order was changed. Ms. Dellis was supposed to be after those people, right before Ms. Branya. So I just wanted to proffer into the record that there had been that change. And it may negatively impact.
That the rules of procedure specifically outline the who speaks and when. We are simply just following the rules of procedure.
It says that you need to take the sign-up sheet out of order.
It says that the respondent goes after the appellant.
You're misunderstanding my proffer.
Okay.
Okay, we're not gonna
I think we'll
argue
just
about-
leave it in the record. I would just like to leave, I
Okay.
proffered it.
fine.
It's in the record. Thank
We
you.
have the ability to
Yeah.
change things.
Can she
Thank
have her full time back
Yeah.
for 3
Oh,
minutes?
she didn't start.
Very much.
Okay.
They didn't start
I
it.
just wanted
Thank
to
you
make
though.
sure.
But thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to proffer it, not discuss it. So can I start my time now?
Sure.
Okay, I will start my time. My name is Christine Weimer and I represent Jefferson County Foundation. If we look at this map here from page 67 of the packet, first, the northern and the southern borders, the northern and the southern borders were not changed. And so boundary setbacks, so they're still 300 feet. And these lines here, as you see in the packet on page 76, represent the change setbacks. So the commercial use, the use for the waiver is only in this area here. And so that is where all activities, so that as the ordinance says, quote, all portions of a kennel land use, end quote, including break time activities and associated parking have to be within that area. And so we can't have shooting down here in this area that's well outside as a break time activity. That's a commercial use and it's associated with the kennel activities and is limited. I would also like to point out that section 4.4 of the zoning ordinance is entitled prohibited uses. And subparagraph B says no land use shall be conducted that creates any injurious, noxious, or otherwise objectionable fire, explosive heat, other hazards, noise, vibration, and then it lists some more and goes on to say, in such a manner that if permitted would adversely affect the use of an adjacent property or contaminate the groundwater or the surface water of the county. And then it goes on to explain that if you do produce something like air pollution, you need a permit for that. So regardless of the state and federal firearms license that they have, that state and federal firearms license does not give them the permission to break the noise ordinance very specifically. State Code 61623E1 actually indicates that all shooting ranges, public or private, commercial or not, must comply with the noise portions of the zoning ordinance if they were started after the requirements in the ordinance took effect. These requirements appear to have been in effect before the property was obtained by Mr. Russo and Ms. Davenport. Section 8.9A1 of the zoning ordinance of this county addresses noise for industrial and commercial uses in all districts and states in part. Quote, noise levels should not exceed the following sound levels, dBA. And then for uses that abut residential growth or agricultural land, rural agricultural land, it's a limit of 60 dBA at the property line. 60 dBA means that in 300 to 500 meters, it is no longer audible. So 1,500 feet, you should not be able to hear it. You've heard testimony today that they can hear it in Shepherdstown, which is well over a mile away. 8.9A5 addresses vibration and it states, quote, no vibration shall be produced which is transmitted through the ground and is discernible without the aid of instruments at any point beyond the lot line, end quote. Based on the testimony today and the packet, noise from the property can even be heard in Shepherdstown, as I said, in Shepherd Village over a mile away. And also the vibrations can be felt in the next properties from explosions. This use violates the zoning ordinance beyond the CUP or the waiver. The waiver should be revoked and the CUP, it should be remanded for further investigation. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Next, we have Jacob Light.
Why didn't you ask the question?
Oh, I'm happy to answer questions. Sorry.
Hold on one second,
talk
Jacob
later.
Light. Go ahead.
We'll discuss it later.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm happy to answer questions.
I just had a question. You brought up noise and vibration. Do you have a noise or vibration study?
So we don't have a noise or vibration study. We expected that
Okay,
the
thank you.
staff would conduct such studies as part of their investigation, since very clearly noise and vibration were part of the complaint that was submitted. I'm sure you reviewed that in the packet as part of the complaint. It's
Thank you.
confusing to us why staff didn't evaluate that.
Thank you. My apologies, Mr. Light.
You're good.
Well, I guess, did he have a question online?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Jacob Light, and I represent Jefferson County Foundation regarding the letters in the packet from QRF Solutions customers and employees. First, Mark Corder and Alex Hobbs, both
Hang on
customers.
Could you hang on 1 second, please?
Uh-huh.
This is a third person representing an entity. I thought you'd have one person speaking for the whole entity.
Presentation.
That's been the policy.
Under ruling as a chair, we have this gentleman and we have one other. I don't mind if he makes his.
Your decision.
Okay, can I
Right.
make sure no time was accidentally taken up by that? So anyway, thank you. Mark Corder and Alex Hobbs, both customers of QRF Solutions, and Bradley Shiflett, an employee, sent letters that complained that they were filmed or photographed while engaged in kennel or training activities as at QRF Solutions from neighboring properties. If the QRF Solutions had the fence or landscaping screening required by the zoning ordinance, this would not be possible. This demonstrates that the proper screening is not in place, and QRF Solutions is in violation of sections 8.4, 4.6, and 4.11 of the zoning ordinance. Next, Kenneth Wands, a customer of QRF Solutions, sent a letter that stated, in part, quote, while on breaks between the training sessions or after class, my classmates and I would intermittently ask permission to conduct target practice with our duty weapons on the property of Nick Russo. Mr. Russo obliged and allowed us to do so. Alex Hobbs and Mark Corder's letters similarly indicated people at QRF Solutions for kennel activities were permitted to discharge firearms before, after, or on breaks during training. In the BZA hearing on January 23rd, 2025, a customer of QRF Solutions testified under oath that he, quote, personally shot there because I am trying to get my dog used to gunfire so he does not run. The zoning ordinance defines commercial activity as, quote, any wholesale, retail, or service business activity established to carry on trade, whether or not for profit. We do not have invoices or bills as you asked for because the definition of a commercial use in the zoning ordinance states that it does not need to be for profit. Therefore, an activity does not have to be directly paid for it is commercial business activity. For example, you don't have to pay for parking at the Dollar General, but parking at the Dollar General is a commercial business activity. You don't directly pay for the dumpster to be dumped at Walmart, but dumping and dumpsters is a commercial business activity. Entertainment, including shooting on breaks to pass the time during kennel activities, is a commercial business activity, even if the customer does not directly pay for it. These letters and the testimony at the previous hearing clearly confirms that these individuals were on site for a business activity associated with the kennel, and they were shooting as part of that business activity, either during training or as entertainment while on breaks, and are therefore limited by the conditions of the setback waiver and the conditional use permit. The setback waiver does not allow shooting. The shooting is outside of the area allowed for the business activity, and the conditional use permit specifically indicates shooting range is no longer in effect. This activity violates the zoning ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Kendra Clark.
Good afternoon. My name is Kendra Clark, and I'm presenting with Jefferson County Foundation. I would like to address the marked deficiencies in the packet, administrative record, and hearing procedures, and how these deficiencies have disadvantaged the appellant and the public in presenting evidence. The packet does not appear to provide a complete administrative record. The hearing is an appeal of a final administrative decision. As such, the hearing is in part based on the administrative record. Unfortunately, the administrative record that is provided in the packet has several flaws. First, the administrative record appears incomplete, missing elements. The administrative record does not appear to include the full complaint for which the final administrative decision that is being appealed today was made. This is particularly an issue because the staff appears to claim the complaint was so narrow they could not really investigate it. but no complaint was included in the packet. Second, you may have noticed by this point in the hearing, there is no easy way for the public to refer to the evidence included in the packet. There are no page numbers or date stamps on the pages of the packet. There have been no AV equipment provided in order for us to point to things in the packet. So there is no efficient way to refer to the evidence in the packet. Further complicating matters, the public has only been given 3 minutes to address the board. This is not public comment. It is testimony under oath, and it is hard to maintain the detail required for under oath testimony and move through any amount of evidence in 3 minutes. These deficiencies and others have significantly disadvantaged the public in presenting its evidence. For this reason, we ask you to evaluate the evidence presented here today and make a decision for yourself as to whether QRF Solutions is violating the CUP variance waiver or zoning ordinance. If you are unable to find that QRF Solutions is violating the CUP variance waiver or zoning ordinance, we ask that you recognize that the issues with the administrative record, packet, and hearing have disadvantaged the applicant and public in presenting their evidence. Therefore, remand the matter to the staff for full investigation of the entire complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone signed up that did not get an opportunity to speak? Okay. All right. We'll have the appellant come back. And then I believe staff, I believe it's your turn now, correct? If you have anything to add, rebut, any of the above?
Yes, so I can't speak to why the official complaint form is not in the packet. There was an official complaint form. In speaking with our compliance officer, I've been told since I started this job that he does not proactively investigate violations. He's one person. He's been told to only respond to official complaints. And I realize that there are emails that address a lot of different topics. The official complaint form specifically cited the conditions of the conditional use permit. And that is exactly what I followed up with.
So there is a official complaint.
Yes.
It's not in the packet.
No, it does not appear to be.
Okay. Ma'am, if you want to come back up, do you have anything to add?
Sorry if this is going to sound disorganized as my first attempt at something like this. So first of all, I submitted complaints for both the cup and the kennel setback variance. I've got them right here. Not only my 2 complaints, but 2 other complaints from 2 other people, from another person. So I've got, this one is for file number 252 CUP. This one is for 252 CUP. This one is for 2324 ZV. And this one is for 2324 ZV. So both the cup and the setback variance. Also remember that when the conditional use permit was requested, it was for an accessory business to the kennel operation. So they're together. It's QRF Solutions, K9, it's one business. They operate together. As far as a commercial business goes, oh, I had my phone. I don't have my phone, but in the zoning ordinance, I think there's definition, right? It says commercial, any wholesale, retail, or service business activity established to carry on trade, whether or not for profit. So I heard Jacob say that it doesn't matter if, yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, even the zoning ordinance says it doesn't matter if money exchanged hands or not. It doesn't matter if anything was paid. And then to find out that 150 acres is required to operate a commercial shooting range, I mean, that makes sense minimally, right? You've got a shooting range operating in our backyards. You've indicated during the cut process it's no longer exists, but it still exists. The issue is not merely that the condition may be ambiguous. The issue is that the administrative determination does not explain how the county interpreted the condition or applied it to the facts of the record. And so our complaints are not really about what was allowed, but what's not allowed.
Thank you. Was there any further questions for the appellant?
I think now that the waiver and the cup, both should be revoked because they're violations of both. Submitted a complaint about the waiver or variance and the cup at the same time. And based on what I've heard today, based on what I see, I realize now that both should be revoked. And everything that's happening is in violation of the county's ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion?
Owner.
I don't think so.
Can't hear.
For, in the procedure, we don't have the property owner come back, do we?
No.
I don't believe so. It's a little different because it's administrative.
I would say prior to discussion, I wouldn't mind going into executive session again, speak with counsel.
Okay, we have a motion for a deliberative executive session to confer with counsel. Do we have a second? I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We will be back as soon as we can. We will go to the next room. Feel good down there? Do we have a motion to go back into regular session?
So moved.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Okay. The request that's in front of us is an appeal of an administrative decision regarding the business operations of QRF Solutions K9 LLC. The appellate is appealing the zoning administrator's determination that there is no discernible proof of the discharge of firearms on the property is in connection with the previously issued conditional use permit. While we certainly have testimony that there's some issues with neighbors, with noise, board members, in my opinion, I agree with the administrator. There's definitely shooting going on. Doesn't necessarily mean there's shooting going on with QRF Solutions for his FFL.
Well, wasn't the FFL restricted to the 1 acre area? If you were testing firearms in the 1 acre area, that was this whole reason for the CUP, for the FFL.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's testimony from, I believe, both sides of this question that says that it wasn't within the 1 acre of QRF Solution K9s. You know,
Right.
because he's operating a business on his property doesn't mean that he forfeits his right to shoot if it's legal. There's been testimony of police interaction. The police did not make an arrest. They didn't, it wasn't even testified that they told him to stop.
I would have liked to seen a noise or vibration study if that was a main issue, but it still does not relate to the cup and what this appeal is for.
Like I said.
All right, well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and as I said, that doesn't dismiss the fact that there is shooting going on. There's noise, and I'm not sure that, there may be a civil complaint.
Or to code enforcement.
Or code enforcement, but as far as violation of his conditional use permit, I haven't heard any evidence of that.
And that's what we're not here for that. We're here to review an administrative decision. And that's what we have to review. And the two items in the administrative decision relate to the CUP for the testing of firearms. And we're told there's no barrels, they're tested off-site. And then it just restricts it to the barrel testing on the 1 acre. That was the conditions of the CUP. And the administrator stated that he had no proof of the discharge of firearm. All right, they were shooting, but they can shoot on their own property.
Just not.
The CUP only applied to that 1 acre.
Yes.
So I haven't seen anything, and I've asked, where were they shooting? Is there a discernible boundary? And I couldn't see it. I couldn't tell from the videos. I don't know where they were shooting. I think it's a noise violation that needs to be addressed through a different avenue, through code enforcement. They're clearly shooting. They're shooting the heck up, but we don't know where.
And
I think that is something that the investigation could have focused on, is location from videos or from surveillance of
But
the,
you can't go on the property,
correct.
unless, I don't know if the county can put a drone up but
But you
that's
can
the
see a lot
problem.
from
You can
public
shoot
road.
on your own property in West Virginia.
Mhm.
And you can have friends, family, and acquaintances over to shoot, but
yeah, you can
the
shoot, and you
issue
can
is
shoot a lot.
noise. Issue is noise.
You can go to the property line and check the noise.
Right.
The county could do that. The use variances the CUP proposed and approved for the property concerned are kennel firearms and noise. We've been through this before during the CUP request hearing. Board majority agreed to proposal under the general standard. The second one was compatible in intensity and scale with the neighborhood. That's about noise. All this evidence today from people, testimony, indicates that is not so. The accusations of alleged business activities regarding the discharge of firearms and noise, they might not be directly related to the additional conditions 1 and 2 of the CUP, but they are directly related to section 6.3A2 concerning the board's authority when we issued the CUP. You got a preponderance of circumstantial evidence presented citizen testimony of more nuisance and activity incompatible in intensity and scale with the neighborhood beyond the scope of anything that was authorized in either one of any of these zoning certificates. The business use is in violation of the zoning ordinance by Article 3, Section 3, 2, C, and D. And although we're talking about, the administrative area zoning administrator's letter, his response to something narrowed down, it may not be technically in error, but the investigation was insufficient concerning what is going on, not was allowed. It should be apparent to the BZA that the commercial operations of QRF Solutions K9 are beyond the scope of the current zoning certificate authorizations, and they are in fact a violation of the rules of the zoning ordinance. So if you can get back to dealing with the noise, then maybe that's some finding for the applicant to at least request staff to either notify the property owner or go back and deal with the noise. I think the business use and the excessive noise is inconsistent with the intent of the zoning ordinance. And that's where I'm going to stand, whether a majority of you do or not.
Well, the issue with noise goes to code enforcement, not to us. That's my thing.
Well, and the also is the noise from the business of QRF Solutions K9 LLC. And from what I understand and from what I've heard testified, it's not.
Code enforcement's under the zoning ordinance, and the administrator is the zoning administrator. He's in charge of it. So it's his responsibility whether his guys do it or he does it.
I think if there was a noise complaint and a noise study to back it up, there'd be a totally different view here.
Definitely an avenue to be pursued for sure.
And vibration monitoring if there's explosions.
And that can be done on the property line, and there's enough neighbors, I'm sure, that would allow it. And I don't, I don't see why code enforcement can't. They said they couldn't go on the property. Did they even ask if they could go on the property? You could ask.
They're outside of us.
Yeah, and they're not here to testify.
They're not us
either.
Well, again, they're under the zoning administrator, so.
And we don't know where they were shooting on the property. And either way, shooting in the acre or outside the acre, if it's too much noise, it's too much noise, it's violation of code.
That's correct.
But we don't have any evidence of where they were shooting. I do not know. Would have loved to seen something where, yes, they're in that acre shooting without a barrel.
Well, Dave, you've done noise study. I think I heard you say that, and probably the average decibel rating for most communities, counties, jurisdictions, whatever, might be around 60 or 70. And yes, we can, a pump station's louder than that. A lot of things are louder than that, but dog barking consistently, firearms, heavy firearms, the decibel rating there, you're talking what, at least twice that, maybe more, 140, 150, 160 decibels. No, you've heard testimony that the people can hear it in Shepherdstown.
But coming back to the administrative decision, he didn't have the proof. Should have gone on the property. But you had plenty of evidence submitted to you where they were. And even if you did drive up adjacent to the property, how can you discern 1 acre and 10? You don't know where the property lines are.
Well, it is, you can at least, you'll have an average indication. Although, as it is right now, you could drive out there tomorrow and their berm's going to be where their berm is. They're not moving it.
Yeah.
And it was testified that it's not in the 1 acre.
Huh?
Well, it doesn't matter where the noise is on the 1 acre piece or the firing range or in the barn or in the house. It's what's on the other side of the property line. That's what the concern is.
Well, I could also argue the 1 acre is not restricted to the CUP use. It's still their property. It's just if they were conducting work related to the FFL, that 1 acre is designated for them testing. But it is still private property if it's not being used under the FFL license.
Yeah, I mean, the only question here is can they use that if it's
For personal use.
their conditional use? You know, if they had no conditional use, they wouldn't be here at all.
Well, who can be doing the testing on the property? And so if you're on the firing range and you're a customer, or what are you testing? Are you testing your piece or are you testing your ability? I mean, you can get into that if you want to.
It comes down to noise. If these guns didn't make any noise, I don't think we'd be here.
Well, maybe we need a new complaint and another investigation.
Maybe. But based on this and with the way administration responded, I don't,
Can I just get a clarification? This is only for the CUP. This isn't about the setbacks.
This is
No.
correct.
this is an administrative issue.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying the administrative decision was only in
The only
response to
thing
the
that we're
CUP.
asking about
No.
is if there was discernible proof of discharge on the property that is that is in connection with the previously issued conditional use permit. Were they shooting on that 1 acre? Do
Yeah.
we have any further discussion?
No.
The
Okay,
issue is, did the zoning administrator err in factor law in his decision? That's what's in front of you.
do I have a motion for agenda item number 1, file number 26-AP, to deny an appeal of an administrative decision regarding the business operations of QRF Solutions K9 LLC? The applicant appealing the zoning administrator's determination that there is no discernible proof of discharge of firearms on the property that is in connection with a previously issued conditional use permit number 25-2-CUP. The appellant is Sandra Fleury. The parcel is owned by Nicholas Russo and Alice Davenport. It's at 1899 Trough Road in Shepherdstown. Parcel ID is noted in the agenda. The property size is 10 acres. The project size is 1 acre in the rural zoning district.
I'll move the motion.
Okay. Do we have a second? I'll second it.
So to be clear, this is to agree
If-
with the administrator's decision.
If we deny the appeal, then we agree with the zoning administrator's determination. And there's a motion second on the floor. All those in favor? Aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, we have 3-2, and the appeal is denied. Back to the first, did we do minutes approval?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Administrator, do we have anything else before us?
Yes, so the next regular scheduled meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August 27th. The deadline for submission is tomorrow. You have your zoning certificate activity report attached. And just a quick update on the Sportsplex Athletic Field Complex text amendment. Our summer planning intern and county planner are finalizing their research of similar ordinances in other jurisdictions and developing a draft for Jefferson County. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cochran, do we have any update?
I have nothing for you at this time.
Board members, is there any further business? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you all very much.